started. All right, there we go. Let me actually start off by grabbing the YouTube dashboard. Oh, nice, it's already there. All right, I can go ahead and switch this back to programming then. Nice. Hello, everyone. Welcome to a Game Jam stream. Let me go ahead and edit this. Stream settings, there we go. Playlist, stream archive. There we go. Hey, Fino. Welcome to the stream. Glad you can make it. Glad you can make it. Let me move Discord over here. All right, I can switch this back again. Go to YouTube, grab the share link. Stream notifications at Notification Squad. Game Jam time. Alright, there we go. And now, let's go over here. Premiere will begin shortly. Can I turn it off? There we go, turn off the Mario and Luigi Dream Team music. So yeah, welcome everyone to the Mario and Luigi Dream Team soundtrack. I turned that off while I'm waiting. Welcome everyone to the GMTK Game Jam. At least my portion of it, because I'm going to be making a game. What am I making? I don't know. I don't know what the theme is. It's literally coming up right now. Pretty excited. I haven't done one of these in a while. I think the last one I did was in 2025, the 2025 GMTK Game Jam. That isn't to say I haven't been doing anything. I've been working a lot on Archipelago stuff recently. But I haven't really worked on making a game in a while. Last year I went ahead and made hold on, my desktop audio seems like it's pretty loud. I'm gonna turn that down a little bit. But yeah, last year I went ahead and made a game called Looping Around a Tesseract, where I basically took a non-Euclidean space where you can like move around the surface of a tesseract, similar to how like a square can move around the surface of a cube. That was a very technically complicated project. Just that gimmick of being able to have like you go into a different it's not a face. What is a GMTK? GMTK is the Game Maker's Toolkit. That's the channel that puts it on, and it's like the biggest game jam in itch.io. They always break the record. So, very big game jam. I also just like the channel. I like the, I guess retrospective they put on video games. But yeah, let's get into it. Let's see what the theme is. I'm going to turn up the volume for the actual video.
GMTK Game Jam 2026 starts now, which means you have 96 hours to make a game that fits the following theme.
96? We have like 5 days. Oh.
9, 8, 1.
Oh.
3, 2, 1. Mission and liftoff of the space.
That's right. This year's theme is Countdown. Whether that's counting down to 0, numbers going down, time going backwards. I don't care. How you interpret this theme is up to you. Just let it spark your imagination and then run wild with it. All of the details you could ever need are available on the itch.io page for the jam. And come join us on the GMTK Discord if you want playtesters, tech support, or just a place to let off some steam. I'll let you get on, and I'll see you in a few weeks with my favorite games from the Jam. Good luck. Have fun.
So that is very strange that he said 96 hours because that's. Wait, no, I'm being dumb. That is 5 days, isn't it? Wait, no, it isn't. Or, well, I guess it is only 4 days because it's 1 p.m. today, 1 p.m. Sunday. I was thinking it was. What the hell is that video? What the hell is wrong with YouTube? What the hell were those suggestions? By the way, I have history off, so those are just completely random YouTube. What the hell is that? That's weird. Anyway, so countdown. But yeah, it'd be 24 if it was that. If it was one day, it'd be, um, God damn it, 48 if it's 2 days, 72 if it's 3 days, and 96 if it's 4 days. It's 4 days because it's not all of Sunday and all of today. It's only 1 p.m. on both. So yeah, it's 4 total days. Okay, now then, what the hell do I do for countdown? Countdown is interesting. I mean, the obvious thing is a Mario Bros, a new Super Luigi U style timer where it's like, oh, you have a platforming challenge and you have to make it you have to make it before you run out. All right, see you, Finna. Have a good one. So yeah, hmm. But yeah, the obvious thing is like a new Super Luigi U. You have 100 seconds and you gotta make your way through the entire game in that 100 seconds. I feel like that's too obvious though. And also, like, I need something that'll give me direction. Hmm. I don't know. Like, how do you make something count down? Like, another obvious thing is you have some value that you're manually trying to decrease. Honestly, this feels very like it's not exactly like a antonym of the first one or the one that was 2 years ago, built to scale, but like it's kind of a mirror to that because like built to scale was all about going up, making something bigger. Countdown is like decreasing in scales, making something smaller. It's obviously not exact, but that's what I'm thinking. Countdown. What would I do for a countdown? Like obviously another thing is like it's not just like Mario Bros. It's not just like New Super Mario Bros. Where you have, oh, I'm gonna have the clock and it's gonna tick down really quickly. But it's also like you could have something like where you have to like grab stopwatches to stop it from counting down. I kind of want to have something that interacts with the game world. I feel like just having a static timer at the stop at like the top of the screen that says 10, 9, 8. I feel like that just I don't know. I want something physical. Like one thing is like you could have like for instance you could have like a standard clock and it's just ticking down and then you have to like throw it in order to and it'll come back to you and you have to throw it again before like a game of self hot potato. I don't know. I don't think that's a good idea. I could make like a vampire game where you take the count down. Count Dracula. Was that? He did have the. Well, he had the count from Sesame Street, not because he was a vampire, but because he was counting in the trailer of the theme. I don't know. Here, let me actually. Oh, I need to hit this button. And let me turn on the music again while I'm thinking of it. So, I don't know. Like, there isn't something that just. There isn't something that really jumps out at me. Which is funny, because actually, it was a few nights ago. It was like over the weekend, I think. I beat Majora's Mask, which, is kind of all about the countdown of the moon falling. Idea. Switches that are temporary. There's a term for it. But you press the switch down, platform rises out of the lava, you stop standing on the switch, platform slowly sinks back down, and you have to jump across before it falls all the way down. What if I did something like that and I bring it to the extreme? Hmm. I'm starting to get an idea. Okay. Um, give me Microsoft Paint. So what I'm thinking is like Mario Galaxy. You have a platform, and on that platform is a spire of some sort. You have your spire, right? And it has a door. You go into the door, and here's the thing. In order to enter it, the first thing you have to do is you have a little thing here, little wheel maybe, some sort of switch, some sort of thing. And what that does is it basically, the spire isn't originally up. It's kind of like the sinking sand spire from um, the desert level, Dusty Dune. So yeah, you have, give me a brush, don't give me a pencil. I hate how thin the pencil is. But yeah, you have your spire, right? So it starts underground, and when you press the button, you flick the switch, comes up out of the sand, and then you can enter the door. And then the whole game, this thing is sinking back into the sand. So it's sinking back into the sand, and you're basically forced to platform up it before the sand reaches you. But, but here's the thing. So how do I teach the player this? I think I have two platforms. I have like a tutorial, which has this first gimmick. I think there can be switches inside of the tower, maybe? Nah. I think what I would do is I'd have it be broken up into separate challenges. Hmm. But I do like the idea of it being in a desert. But yeah, so you could have like separate towers. Now, what happens? Now, unfortunately, this design has a fatal flaw. The sand can't kill you, but getting crushed is a more complicated thing to program than a lot of other things. It shouldn't be a problem. I can probably detect, Do you not have enough space? Are you being compressed? You know, I can have ceiling hitboxes, that sort of thing. Hmm. I don't know what it is. Something just still doesn't feel quite right about this idea. I like the idea though that, you know, it literally comes out of the ground and it's just sinking slowly back into the ground. And you have a limited amount of time to climb back up it. I don't know, it feels kind of generic. I feel like I might be able to get it with the atmosphere though. Now, it being a desert, what is the treasure? Who is the character? What are they feeling? Why are they doing this? I think what I can do is I can have it be like a treasure hunter, just exploring the desert. I don't know. I don't know if I can model a person though that can actually look good. Hmm. There is also the problem that it could end up like an auto scroller or like if you don't time it right. Like that's a big problem. This would be a very difficult game to balance. Simply because if let's say you have it at speed 5. So someone who has played like Mario Galaxy can do it. It's just about right. If you're not good enough to beat Mario Galaxy, then it's terrible for you. You just can't beat it. It feels oppressive. But if you're better than Mario Galaxy, or like you have a lot of experience, then you can very easily get to a position where it's just this rising sand doesn't matter. So I don't know. Water, drowning. That's not a bad idea. I don't know. I don't hate this idea of the sinking spire, but I also don't love it. I don't know. I don't love this idea. What else could I do? I could do something like where you have a world map, right? So you have, give me a pen. But yeah, you have your world map. You know, you have America, you have, I don't know, you have the UK here. And what you have is some sort, well, not the UK. I don't know. You know, let's just use fictional countries. You have country A, you have country B, and they're at war. And country B is firing off a missile towards the country A, and you have to defend it. and this is like a simultaneous game where on one hand you have a ship that's going across the sea. But I mean, like, that's not really a countdown. Like, I'm thinking like the countdown of like a nuclear warhead being deployed. But like, if the warhead's already deployed, there's not really a countdown there. Hmm. Silly idea. Setting a clock. Like always, like, you know, when I don't know if anyone else has experienced this, but when the power goes out and you don't have a battery powered clock, you have one that's connected to just the normal power grid. Power goes out, the clock stops working, then you have to reset the clock. And what you have to do is you have to like pull out your phone and you have to watch the time on your phone, and it's just going up, right? So it's like, oh, tick 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 tick, or it's not like ticking up, but you're like waiting for the minute to change so you can change the clock time at that exact moment to try to get it as accurate as possible. I wonder if there's something there. How do you make that a game though? Like the obvious thing is like you have a house, right? You just have like a floor plan. You have, a grandfather clock, you got an oven, you got a microwave, and it's like all these quick time events of, okay, I got my phone, I got me and I got my phone, and you have to like constantly watch. It's like a physics game, so you have like your hand in front of you, and it's like, oh, I got my phone. When's it gonna change? When's it gonna change? Oh, it changed. Press the button. Only problem is I don't think that'd be very fun. I think it could be interesting. I don't think it could be fun though. But what would make a fun game? Another idea is something like the countdown of like your hands slipping. So you have to make an action before the countdown is over. So like you're in a mountain climbing game. I don't know. I don't need to draw this one out, but you're in like a mountain climbing game, like Peak, I guess. You can put in your hook into the wall, and then you have like 3 seconds to move again. You could do something with maybe musical chairs. Idea. You have a wall of buttons. So you have a big wall of buttons, right? You have a wall, and you got all these buttons on it. You have, maybe 1, 2, 3, 4, or it'd be better to have like an array of buttons. But you have all these buttons, right? Actually, I should do it like this. Really? Did it copy the entire... Why? I had the circle selected. Whatever, I'm just gonna draw manual buttons. But yeah, you got all these buttons on the wall. Got all of these buttons. And that just continues down all the way here, right? So you have all these buttons. And occasionally, one will light up. And it'll go down. It'll be like maybe T minus 2 seconds. It'd be like 2, 1, or 2 point, or it'd be like 2.0, 1.9, 1.8, 1.7, 1.6, 1.5, all the way down to 0.1, and then it turns off. And what you have to do is you have to click the button. But you don't want to click it too early. The later you click it, the more points you get. So at first it might be like a 10-second button. I don't know if it should start off as a long button or a short button. But here's the thing. So the closer you click it to the end, the more points you get. But it could be any of these buttons. And what you can do is you can use those points to get upgrades. Those upgrades could be things like, oh, I bought an upgrade for longer buttons. And then when you have a longer button, now it stores up more points as it goes from 2 to 3 seconds. If you click it at 0.1, maybe it gives you 1.9 points because you waited 1.9 seconds before clicking it. But if it's free, now you can get 2.9 points. Then you could have things like that just flat increase your points. Oh, you click a button, it gives you 1 extra point. Points added are doubled. And you could have things like, oh, whenever a button gets activated, there's a 0.1 second or a 1% chance that another button also gets activated at the same time or gets activated a second later. Well, another thing would be increasing how frequently a button gets activated. And what I'm thinking is that, you just have this board, and it's like, oh, this one lit up, this one, this one lit up, this one lit up, this one lit up, this one lit up, and you got to press them, and it's just getting more frantic and more frantic. Is there a punishment, though? If I do a game like this, I like this idea. Because it's like the constant stress of buttons lighting up, and the innate human desire to press a giant glowing red button. If you're a human, you want to press a big red button. That's the ending. Once you get enough score, there's an upgrade called End It All, and what it does is it clears your entire board and replaces it with a giant red button. And when you click it, it doesn't just click the button. Like all the other ones, it clicks the button. I'm not sure if I want to do a realistic finger pointer, but for the big red button, it's a fist, and it's like, bam! You press that button, and the entire screen explodes. End of the game. There it is. That's the idea. Okay, I vibe with it. I think what I should do is, obviously you could do stuff like you have automatic fingers, which have their own cursors that go around clicking a button. Only problem with that is, what if they click a button and they click it at a non-opportune time? I guess the finger should always be able to. I think it should be on 1 second intervals. You shouldn't be able to get a 1.9 points. It should always be 1 point. Or those bonuses should just be for humans, for human clicks. I see the vision. I have a vision. I have a vision for this. You could have upgrades that are risky buttons. And if you miss the button, then you lose points. But extra point scores for everything else. Maybe different buttons can do different things. Maybe you can customize what your board looks like. So maybe each button, instead of it being, oh, every 5 seconds a button gets lit up, it's each button set the timer from 1 second to a minute of how long until it lights up. And it's random for each button. If I did that, I probably would say if no buttons are lit up, it automatically lights up a button. But yeah, each button is individually counting down. I really like this idea. I really like this idea. Because this, I think I tried once to make an incremental game. I didn't really do much on it. this is like a really good opportunity because like this is the addictive press the button. Like I it's a button. You gotta press the button. All right, let's do this. I got my game idea. Now let's go ahead and start making it. So first of all, I want to go into Blender. I want to make the board that you're going to be playing on. Because this is going to be like a 3D board, 3D buttons, and then you're going to have like a UI. I'm thinking like command center. I'm thinking like, 1900s cash register vibes. I don't know how to describe it. A lot of it, like the model is actually going to be pretty simple. A lot of the detail is going to come from. Yeah, that was one of my ideas, Count Dracula. I feel like you could go that way. I'm not going to go that way. I got my idea. I guess first of all, I should actually create the Godot project, though. Godot. I guess I should probably download the newest version of Godot. Godot. Actually, I can open it from Godot. There should be a link on here that says, hey, where is it? Oh, did I uninstall? Oh, I guess, yeah, that's the web client. Update available. There we go. That's what I'm looking for. Godot 7.1. All right, GodotEngine.net 4.7.1. But yeah, so we have a board. Should it start with all the buttons? I don't think so. I think you should be able to add more buttons over time. So it just starts off with like maybe 25 pegs, 25 open holes. Only thing is I don't think you should be upgrading like individual pegs. I think that they should be like when you buy a peg. Like I like the idea of a risky peg where if you miss it, it's less, you lose points, but if you hit it, you gain points. Is it done complete? Yep. All right, extract you. Extract the Godot. What do I call it? Press the button. That's the name. Maybe like button pusher? I don't know. Gosh, there's so many missing projects because I cleaned up my drive. I'll leave them. I'm not going to remove them. So, I mean, I could just call this GMTK Gamejam game and just name it on there. Probably the best thing to do for right now. I can think of a name as I make it. Create it. So what should I call it? It's time to push buttons. Yeah, I'll probably come up with a better name later. I don't want to name it something and then have to change the name because that's a lot of annoying tedium. Because it sets it in a lot of spots. So, could be something like button pushing time, time to push buttons. Honestly, it's a simple game. A simple title like Push the Button, I think fits. Or like button pushing. That's too simple. Under pressure button pressing. Under pressure button pressing. Or pressing buttons under pressure. Why do I... This? Oh, that's my file explorer? There you go. I'm thinking maybe... I don't know. Like, buttons to press, it feels too on the nose. Button pusher. The button pusher. The button pusher. Because it's like, who's the button pusher? It's you. You're the button pusher. Okay. I vibe with it. I vibe with this universe. Alright, so now let's make the device. So what I'm thinking is you have it be, you know... first of all, let me go ahead and make sure this gets imported correctly. Save. I want to go to Documents, Programming, the button pusher. The device. The button pushing device. Alright. Should be dropped into here. Hey Flipside, welcome to the stream. Glad you can make it. Thank you for joining us. I am doing the GMTK Gamejam for 2026. The theme is Countdown. And what I'm going to do is I'm making a game where you push buttons. And the buttons, they count down. See, let me see. If I go ahead and, for instance, I extend this on the y-axis. So this is on the negative y. How does that look here? Will it go on the negative y or will it go on the negative z? It goes on the positive z. Great. What? An illegal button? What do you mean an illegal button? Okay. So negative y is positive z. Good to know. So let's go ahead and start with a cube. So we probably want to scale it on the z by 0.5, probably scale it on the y by about 10, and on the x maybe about 5. Because what I'm thinking about this looking like, I'm thinking about like a calculator kind of. What? Do I need to shift R? No. Save it. The A button. Why is this not correct? Yep, that's what the model should look like. Okay. Maybe the problem is that let me look at the... No, there's not like a resource folder. If I click re-import here, it's actually doing something. I wish you luck, Danny. Okay, why is it not being correct? Why is it not using the right model? This should automatically update. That is very strange. It's like has a permanent idea of what it is. Maybe it's because I'm not building? So now that it's built once, no. Okay, why is it being stupid? There we go. Now it worked. Weird how I didn't import correctly at first. Let's grab a camera. Camera 3D. Ruler mode. I don't know what it is, but it's like... Oh yeah, one thing I need to do is I need to lock the aspect ratio because like... Oh. It actually does keep the aspect ratio. In that case, the next thing I want to do is... I probably want to increase the FOV or change the FOV. I'm not sure if I need to increase or decrease it. Because I don't want it to be a perspective camera, or I don't want it to be an orthographic camera. I'm wondering if I bake all the UI into... I could do all 3D models. I don't think I am. I think I actually will try to use UI. how clunky do I want to make this feel? Because like I could make this buttery smooth. I don't want this to be necessarily buttery smooth. I want this to be like an old gritty button pushing machine. And what I'm thinking is at the end, when you get the final big red button, what it does is it shakes a little, then it opens up. And inside of it, the sides come down, and inside of it, just a button pops up. Boop. And then you, of course, smash the button down because it's a big red button. What are you going to do? Not press the big red button? Come on. So yeah, what I'm thinking is, first of all, we need more button pushing room. Huh. I think I still allow for like scrolling to move the thing. So you should still be able to scroll the mouse button, but I do make it a physical 3D object. So let's go ahead and open up Paint again. Let's just draw out what it should look like. So we got a screen here. I think what we have is, so we have our screen. You have the button pushing area here. You have score up here. So you have a button pushing area right here. And over here you have score. You have score here. And then you have shop. Now, I think there should be 2 shops. I'm not sure the best way to integrate it because you need one shop to buy new buttons to put onto your button pushing area. On the other hand, I want there to be a spot where you can get global upgrades. Okay, this being like a really old, clunky device, I have an idea. I guess first of all, scroll bar. Yeah, you have a scroll bar like that. So you have shop options, or I'm just going to say shop option. This is a singular option. Now, if you want to change the shop, what I think you do is you have a little thing on the side. It's just like a little lever. See, I like have a little lever over here. And what it'll do is it'll go over, it'll grab the lever, and it'll flip over to shop or something. That's what I'm thinking. That's what I'm thinking for this. So you like grab the lever, and it just ka-funk. I'm talking, and what you do is you make it satisfying. You gotta make that like the cashier, the cash register sound of just ka-ching. I want this to like one big thing I think for this game jam that I'm gonna do is I'm gonna try to make it feel addicting, if that makes sense. Like I want this to feel like, God, I pressed a button, hell yeah. Like honestly, like obviously, this being an incremental game, it has some like ties to Cookie Clicker, and that's the sort of addictability that I'm trying to get into it. But yeah, you just have this like lever that you just ka-funk, just a big analog lever, and you can like hear the weight of it ka-funk. Like I know I may sound insane by what I'm saying, but I think like you'll get it if I'm able to actually get this. I think that's a good limit of scope. So you hit the lever, it goes ka-funk, and then it flips over the options, the shop to now have you know, to have its new items. Now because this will need a flip, I will need to have um I will need to have bones in this in order to animate it. Unless I procedurally animate it, but I think that might be harder. Yeah, trying to do it for code would probably be pretty tough. Probably wouldn't be that hard to do it not through code. But yeah, this is what I'm thinking. This is the play area. But if I have a big lever like this, that means the player can see the floor. If the player can see the floor, what is the floor? It could be just like concrete. You just have a nice big concrete slab. That's your floor. It's as simple as that. It could be like a tile floor. Um, like I'm thinking, like honestly, what I'm thinking about this, I'm thinking of, I think it's like don't do anything, and what's it called? Don't do anything. Game. Please don't touch anything. Like this is the sort of vibe that I'm feeling. Really? Show me the image. I'm trying to show the image. God damn it, Google. But yeah, you have like this. This is a sort of aesthetic that I'm going for. So I don't know. Hmm. Hmm. I'm thinking, yeah, you have like a concrete floor. I don't want it to be a void. I do not want this to be a void. I mean, I could just have it be a table, which would probably be pretty simple. If I make it a table, though, is it a wood table? I don't think it really matters. I think for right now, we just leave it in the void. We'll come up with a floor later. But yeah, the first thing and the most important thing is actually getting to... Where's my mouse? Why is it not showing my mouse over here? Oh, it's because it's the crosshair is way too small. Blender. See, what I think we do is we start over. Let's start with a... I guess we do start with a cube. this is the positive Z direction. That should be the X direction. So probably on the X, it should be like 15. On the Y, it should be 0.5. No, like 10. And on the Z, it should be 0.5. Something like that. It should actually, I think it needs some more girth. So I'm thinking actually more like 1. So now, also I changed it in object mode. I need to apply this. But yeah, now we'll go ahead and add in a square. I don't think I'm going to try to be like super precise with this. We're not doing rocket surgery here. Something like that. Honestly, I should probably just get rid of these. Not the vertices, just the faces. There we go. If I look at this vertice, where is it? Give me the. No, actually, yeah, that's right. It is at 1. Okay. Yeah, now we'll just insert planes. Make sure they go up to 1. Okay. Scale this. Sure. Z by 1. Let's do maybe. Let's make this a square. And if it's going to be a square, I'm thinking maybe 8 on both axes. Something like that. That way it's reaching over a little bit into the shop area. It's not going to be exactly even. I actually am going to move this over by 1 on the negative x-axis. That way we have a little bit more room for the crank on the side of it. This leaves 2. Bring it down by 1. That way I have a little bit more room for the right. Now, how is the shop going to work in 3D space? Because if there's, well, I guess technically I don't really need a scroll wheel. Like the button pushing area is going to need divots in it. And it's going to need to have like a little crack down the center so it can actually open up. But the shop, like if I have 2 separate sides, I probably don't need. Like how many options am I going to have in the shop? I guess I should probably start writing these down. So shop ideas. So obviously one is buttons, longer timer buttons. Then you have Um, you have more active buttons. Then you have double points. Right? Just say multiply points. Button ideas. Standard. I like the idea of a risky button. Yeah, risky. That should probably be one of the last ones you unlock, though. I'm thinking maybe like one that can be multi-pressed. So if you press it once, it will... Every time you press it, I think it should go ahead and give you a point. Oh, yeah. Should I have button clickers, honestly? I don't think so. I don't think I have button clickers. Like, I like the idea of a button clicker where just you have something that can follow you around, but I think that's too close to cookie clicker. And this isn't an automation game. This is a game where you push the buttons. Like, I think this is very similar to something like Gambler's Table, I think is the name of the game. However, Gambler's Table is about getting enough helpers that can lift and throw the coins. I don't think I want that. I think I want you to push the buttons. You have to make the decision of when do I go from button 1 to button 2. Ooh, a push and hold button. So like a standard button, so like a hold button could do that. Only thing is I want buying a new button to feel I want buying buttons to feel impactful. Maybe an option is something like I'm gonna call this mash because like this is gonna be one where you spam click it. Actually, I guess spam click is better. Just spam a spam button. I got an idea. Tricky button. Timer turns off at X seconds. Lose points if you do not click. Get a lot of I don't know. I feel like if you have too many buttons, it's just gonna get to a thing of madness. Well, I guess that's why you have longer timer buttons. So I feel like longer timer buttons, like the timer should probably start at like 3, 2, 1. But then it goes up to like maybe 4, 5, and then it jumps up to like 7, 10, 15, and then it just gets progressively longer. So that way you can focus more on clicking the buttons. Also, obviously, that gives you more score if you click them closer to being done. I like that idea. All right. And standard is standard. I think that's enough buttons. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 options there. So longer timer buttons. That should be longer button timers. More active buttons. Multiply points. I think that one's pretty self-explanatory. I feel like there's got to be more. A reactivate chance, maybe? So when you click the button, there's a chance that it turns back on immediately. I like that idea. Okay. I don't know what the goal should be yet. I think maybe it's like get $1 million, something like that. I don't know if I want to go into like ease or something, billions or trillions of dollars. I don't know. I don't think autoclick makes sense because you have to wait because you're like trying to time these buttons as quickly as you can or at the right time. So like having something that just like automatically clicks whenever you hover over a button. I don't think I like that. Same thing with like having a big finger. Like obviously you could have something where you click on a cursor and then all the buttons in a free by free area around a button all activate or all get clicked. But I don't think that would be smart because like the whole point of this isn't to necessarily click, spam click like crazy. Because that I hope that's what it devolves into. As you get more and more buttons, it's just like, oh my god, I gotta click more, I gotta click more, oh god, there's more and more, there's more buttons, they're all turning on. And it's just getting crazier and crazier. But I don't want it to, I want it to feel like your fault. I don't want the answer to be you click harder. I want the answer is that you just have to deal with it. You gotta roll with the punches. You gotta start ignoring buttons and press more buttons that you want. So, what upgrades would, um, what upgrades would fit with that? I'm thinking. So I like the idea of a reactivating button. So every time you click a button, maybe this increases by 5% chance the chance that the button will just automatically re-upgrade itself, or not re-upgrade itself. That's an interesting idea, though. What if the buttons themselves, the more you click them, the better they become? So, like, for instance, maybe the standard button, you know, after you clicked it 10 times, even if you haven't upgraded anything else, you know, it can give you up to 2 points if you click it at 1. Now, It gives you free points if you click it at 1. It's not a major upgrade, and it's only that button. I think that might be scope creep. I do like that idea though, because I think it could like reveal the patterns of the player, being able to like, oh, these players really like clicking in the top right because it's close to the shop. Or, oh, these players click in the top left and they put all their buttons around the top left because that's where their first button is. I like that idea. How do you do it though? What is the best way to do it? What is the best way? What the hell is this? Oh, this is a scam UPS thing. Your package has entered routing stage that requires destination. You do this now. Give us all your money. Give us all your money. Give us all your money. If no response is responded before July 25. Oh wow, that's more time than they usually do when they're scamming. Ah yes, make sure to type Y and reopen the message, so that way we can give you your scam link. God, I hate scammers so much. So what else would I do? So reactivate chance, multiply points, buttons activate quicker, longer button timers. I guess a crit chance. There's a chance that a button could like be extra bright, and if you click that, it's like double points. It's exponential multiplication. Crit chance. So that gives us 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 options. Do I want her to be a crit chance? Like, what else would there be other than a crit chance? I like the idea of an infection chance. Along with the... So I think I should switch these two. So you have a crit chance, a reactivate chance, and then you have a... infection chance. And the way an infection chance... So, here's my shop ideas. On the shop ideas, you have longer button timers. This makes, a timer that would be 3 seconds, now it's 5 seconds. It gives you more time to click it, and if you click it later, you still click it at, 1 second remainder, you you get more points. It's additive, so it's not as good as like a multiply, but it can help your score, and it can make it easier for you to not miss it. Buttons activate quicker, pretty self-explanatory. A button that would have taken 60 seconds, now it might take 50 seconds. Maybe it might take 30 seconds. I don't know the exact numbers yet. Then you have multiply points. This just a flat score mult. You made 3 points, now you make 5. If it's like a 1.5x bonus. If it's a 2x bonus, then you make 6. That sort of thing. Reactivate chance. This would go ahead and basically, I click the button. There is now a 10% chance that when I click the button, it comes back up immediately. I can press it again. And then you have infection chance. This is a button gets activated. It has a X% chance, 5% chance, 10% chance to activate another button. Then you have the button ideas where you have a standard button. Standard button, it lights up, and then it has a timer that ticks down 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, boop. And then it waits, comes back up 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, boop, etc. Then you have spam buttons where it goes 5, 4. If you start clicking it, I click it once, that's 1 point. Free. But that immediately sets it to free. I click it again. Now it's set immediately to 2, immediately to 1. But I get points for each time I click it. Honestly, I think those should probably come after the hold buttons. Because the way a hold button works is, you know, I have a button, it's 5, I hold it, I get 0 points. 4, I get 1 point. 3, I get 2 points. 2, I get 3 points. 1, I get 4 points. And then it gives me some points for finishing the hold. Maybe. I don't know. Probably would. I think hold. Honestly, because spam and hold essentially have. I think spam and hold should have nerfs to them, or standard buttons should have some sort of buff. So maybe if your button timers are 10 seconds, then the standard buttons are 10 seconds, but like the hold or spam clicking ones are 5 seconds. So you get less out of them, but you can get more out of them because you're able to get multiple points, multiple sets of points. Then you have risky buttons, which are if you don't click it, you lose points. I'd say you probably lose points equal to the amount the button was going to give you. So if the button was going to give you 10 points, you lose 10 points. If you click it at 1, basically. But if you do click it, maybe it gives you double points. It essentially works like a crit, but it itself can be crit. Then you have tricky, where the timer turns off. So usually if a button will be like 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and then it goes off. But the tricky would go 5, 4, 3, and then it would just, or it would be like, I guess 5 is too little, but maybe it'd be like 5, 4, and then it would stop showing the timer, but it would still be on, and it would go off. So you don't know. So it works very similar to a standard button. Honestly, I kind of want to get rid of one option on each of these. I think the hold button is boring. I think I get rid of the hold button and I just have the spam button. The reason is they are both similar in the sense that they both essentially give you points, multiple sets of points per button, which is cool. But having two versions of it, 2 out of a 6, in my opinion, is redundant. I mean, technically 5, but you know what I mean. So I think we get rid of hold, because I think hold is the more boring option. The spam click one, because remember, this is a game where I want you to be basically frantically moving around, click, 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 click. Holy crap, there's so many buttons. If you have a button that's hold, now you're holding the button and you're seeing all the other buttons go out. It's too time consuming. Spam clicking, in my opinion, makes more sense. Because the spam click, every time you click, not only does it give you the points, but it also decreases the timer. So if you have a 5-second timer, if you click 5 times really, really fast, it might be over in a second. And from the shop ideas, I think the infection chance is too similar to the reactivate chance. Sure, it happens on button spawn, not on button clicked. But at the same time, is that a good thing? Like, if anything, it feels like a combination of reactivate chance and quicker buttons, which in my opinion is kind of lame. All right. So yeah, I like these ideas for the shop. So we're gonna have 5 options on each, or 6 rows. In terms of space, we have, so we go 1 here, 3, 1, 2. We should have enough space, I think. I kind of want this to be offset. I want this to look clunky. So I'm actually going to move this down specifically so it doesn't line up. I want this to draw this like a distinction between the two halves of the board. I want it to feel like it's an old calculator. So this is on purpose that I'm moving this. I know that it looks bad. That is the point, in a way. Like, I don't want it to look bad. I just want it to look distinct. I want the dissonance to draw your eyes in, if that makes sense. Not to mention, absolutely perfect fit. Mathematically perfect. That's what I'm talking about. Bring that over here. Rotate that 90 degrees. We don't need you anymore. Scale it down, 0.5. Probably should actually scale this up by about 1.5. We do actually need this again. Maybe at 16. No. Well, I can just set this side to something. 15. Then set this side to maybe 17. Sure. Then we'll go ahead and insert a face. 0.5 is a little too much, maybe 0.9. What the hell? Oh, that was too high. Okay. So maybe 0.25? That looks pretty good. Also, yep, everything is facing the right way. Just had to double check. Maybe E2. So I should be able to use the spin tool on this. How do I use the spin tool again? I would have thought it would have been. Oh, is it the cursor? Is that what it is? It's shift, wait, what? Shift spacebar, shift, oh, shift 0? What? Yeah, okay. So the problem is pretty simple. I need to shift S, cursor to selected. There we go. I can just do that, and I can just manually do this here. 90, I want probably maybe 4 steps. Again, I'm going for that low poly look. Nice. I'm just going to give it a quick save. Let me also save my notes. Doo -doo -doo. But yeah, now we'll just extend this down. I am surprised. Oh, the problem is this. First of all, this should be merged together. No reason to have all those vertices. Literally no reason to have all of them. I'm also going to destroy this face. Hmm. Yeah, I mean, I guess that does make sense. So yeah, we can't change the X position, unfortunately. Wait, why is it off? Well, actually, I guess I can. I just gotta do it like this. Do that. Grab vertices. Well, the problem is this is the median. Hmm. Yeah, I don't really have a good option. Whatever, it's fine. This is the lever, it doesn't need to be exact. This is just gonna be a little bit more freeform. This should honestly probably be its own model. Then it can be given a smooth look. Then I'm gonna go over here. Shift S, cursor to selected, and we're going to set the pivot of the object to here. Origin to cursor. There we go. There we go. And now if we go ahead and rotate it, ka-funk, we got ourselves a lever. Yippee! Now what I actually probably want to do is I probably only want like this. I don't even know if I wanted it to look smooth. Not really. Okay. So let's go ahead and rename this. The button pushing device. The pushing lever. Lever. I don't need all the honorifics. Now I do want to make this a child of it. I don't know if I can do that. Whatever, it's fine. we're going to do that. Something like that. I mean, do I really even need this? Not really. Let me just dissolve these vertices. That is not what dissolving the vertices should do. There we go, that's what I was trying to do. No, I said Y. There we go. Let's worry about this later. Let's worry about the design of this later. There we go, I can dissolve that vertice. So later we'll go ahead and make some animations for this or something. We'll make some designs. Because I do want to have like an indent in between it, which obviously I don't have right now. There we go. Just that way I can turn this. Alright, cool. So now I might actually want to make the buttons themselves into separate objects, so that way I can flip them individually. Because I think the shop buttons, what I'm going to do is when you pull the lever, it'll actually like flip each of these, like these tiles will basically flip over. Think like what are they even called? Like the enemy from Mario Galaxy 2. Um, Flomps. Like think Flomps. That's what I want. That's what this guy. This is what I want the buttons to do. Basically, I wanted to flip over on the axis. So that's what I'm thinking. Now, I think the first thing I need to do is hello. I do not know how to read that. I don't know what I think that might be Arabic. I don't know. I don't know what language that is. Sorry. But welcome to the stream. Thank you for joining us. Yes, I do have an idea. I'm making a game. I am making a game about pushing buttons. An incremental game of sorts. I think that's a pretty good framing of it. I might be able to move it around a little bit more, get it more centered. Now, for some reason, I'm not seeing anything. Why am I not seeing anything? Oh, I know what problem this is, I think. Would it happen to appear if I move my camera closer? No. Well, it's not the problem I thought it was. It could possibly be because there's no light. Light. No. Maybe it's because the light isn't in the object? Oh! Alright, so that's a very bright light. Okay. That is about what I would expect from a light. Okay. I'm not surprised that I can't see the walls or the bottom. That's because of normals. Essentially, essentially, normally you can't see that because there will be a top on it. But it's good to know that all right. All right, Chemo. Gosh, this is so bright. Why do I have to harness the power of the sun to be able to see the damn object? Well, hope. But yeah, so the point of this game that I'm making is essentially you constantly add buttons to this board. Um, you're constantly adding buttons to this button pushing area, and each button will basically tick down, and your goal is to basically click it as close to 0 as you can. And yeah, it's a pretty simple game, pretty simple idea. I'm really just going for, honestly, my biggest focus this time is probably going to be the aesthetic, getting that dingy atmosphere. God, why is it so freaking bright? I can't see shit. You'll imagine me saying a word in Arabic? I mean, I don't know any words in Arabic, I'm sorry. English is the only language I know. I would say that I do know some Spanish, but like, I've forgotten most of it since high school. Alright, let's go ahead and add in a script. Shokran? Okay. What does that mean? Oh, it means thank you. Well then, shukran for stopping by. Oh, wait. Oh, that's interesting. When I looked at, when I was looking at Streamlabs, it just says say shukran, but when I look at YouTube Studio, it says okay, say thank you. But when I hover over it, changes to shukran. It's so YouTube Studio actually automatically translates it, which is interesting. Does it? It doesn't translate your username though. You learn something new every day. Can I have a generic? New script. We want this to be C#. Um, I don't want this to be a object. I just want this to be, or I don't want this to be a node. I just want it to be a object. I mean, honestly, I probably don't want it to be inheriting anything. All right, have a good one. I wish you luck on your game jamming. Whatever, I'll just create the script. I did not give it a name. Okay then. Rename. It's opening in Visual Studio. So we'll call this data. Thanks for the subscribe. Alright, so we have data objects. I'll call it. Just gonna remove all of those. Alright. So now what we're gonna have is probably a list of variables. So public, static, I probably want the light to start faded out and then it can fade in over time. So I probably want it to start with a dark world and then it'll just fade in and it'll be like, oh, it's now bright. That'll probably be a script on the camera. So yeah, probably public static int current score equals 0 at the start. I'm not going to have any sort of saving in this game, I don't think. So we have current score. We'll create a public enum button type. And those will be standard equals 0, spam equals 1, risky tricky. Then we'll have a public. Probably want to have it be a array of arrays, static, button type. I guess actually standard should be 1, spam should be 2, risky should be free, tricky 4, final 5. Because I want to have a none option equals 0. I think this works. How big do I want to make this array? Right now it is, if I take a look at this, if I have a button every 2 basically, so I could have one here, could have one here, one here, here, one here, there might not be as much room as I thought, because there's 1, 2, 3, 4, oh wait, well, depends on if I allow for that or not. Is this an even amount? It is not. I guess the next logical question is this an equal amount? It is. So one option is, it really isn't a good option. What if the buttons are bigger? So for instance, if I made them 3 big. No, that's actually good. That's right. 3, 3, 3, 3, 3. Yeah, that works for that. But it's 1 off here. Now, one option, honestly, it's probably what I'm going to have to do. Yeah. I know I said I liked having this split, this like slightly larger space for for it to say shop, but I think I'm gonna need to bring it up. Just bring it up like that. Because now you have 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 2. Yeah, now it fits. Yeah. Now, we could just decrease the size of that panel. I'm gonna leave it like this for right now. Now, how many buttons am I gonna put here? So there's 14 there. And 16 there. So it's not a perfect rectangle, or not a perfect square. So we could do 7 and 8. We could also, probably not gonna leave extra space. It probably will be 8 and 7, because I probably should do it X and then Y. What do you mean I can't have a multi-array? This is why I hate multi-arrays. C# multi-array. Okay, I'm doing it wrong. I need to use a comma. All right. So now we have our array of buttons. I'm going to delete this area light for right now, and we're going to just have a... Let's add a script. No, I'm not using a GD script. Yeah, we can have this inherent node 3D. Wait. Oh, okay. I was like, Did it really call it main with a lowercase m? No, it called it m uppercase. It's main scene. It's the scene that has lowercase as its name for some reason. What do you mean, new script? How do I do starts in Godot again? There should be an on start method. Ready. Okay. Um, does it really want me to call function? It should just be. Okay, now actually type an override. Please just give me the damn method. Give me the Godot docs. Not the Stack Overflow garbage. What? Using Godot. Okay, here we go. I was right! Oh, I didn't. I put in static. That's why. Alrighty then. So now what we can do is, first of all, so I shouldn't be able to see anything because of a camera, because of there not being any light. Not sure how to use that 3D camera. Is there really no way to set like world? Oh yeah, that's main, okay. So yeah, I mean the object is here. It's just that there's no light. Is there a way for me to add a light without it looking like the goddamn sun? One second. Alright, I am back. Yippee. So is the light just pointing in the wrong direction? There's gotta be a way for you to tell it what way it needs to look. Oh, there's an arrow. Alrighty then. Let's see how this looks. There we go, that looks pretty good, okay. And what do you know, I can even see it during the regular game. Alright, cool. So then, the next question is, how do I actually make this work? I guess the first thing for me to do is, let me make a duplicate of this tab. Mouse. Mouse and input. Okay, what we can do here is public override void input. Print mouse click at. Wait. Is this using a string? How do you use a comma? The strings in C# work like that? Can you just put a comma in? Strings, comma. This just uses comma in the gd.print. Oh, there's one overload. That's probably what it is. Yep, you're able to have objects. Interesting. Just a test to make sure this works. So it's giving me an event on both the click down and the click up. So now what I should be able to do is I should be able to go into this and say, first of all, is there a way to say whether it's up or down? No? Okay. Hmm. So what I probably want to do is I want to say, Build it. Shouldn't it be asking me for the camera? Exported. Do. No. It is exported. Okay, but it's in brackets. Oh no, Y is up. Yeah. If I do this here, no, I do have to save it here, which makes sense. I didn't know if it had a built-in integration. Does not look like it. All right. No, I do have show. might actually be doing too much. All right, looks good. Let's put on a different soundtrack. What do I feel like putting on? You know what? Yeah, let's put on the Skyward Sword soundtrack. Why not? I actually don't think I can use a box. Attach child node. 3D. Node. 3D. T box. Test box. Then we're going to want a area 3D. I'm guessing I say I need a child 3D node. Alright, so now I need a renderer. Maybe render? No. Gosh, why can't there just be a box? I mean, I know if it was like the CG box or whatever, but like... Also, welcome back, Finna. How long am I going to stream? I do not know. It is currently 3:40 in the Eastern Time Zone, so I might go for a little bit. Maybe until 7? I don't know. Okay, I need to... I mean, it said that it's pickable. So let me go ahead and make a button push method. Create new script. Collision object. .3D. Area 3D? Alright. And a path, we will call this... Let's call it, I don't know, button. I want to say that it's 3D. Let's call it P button for pushable button. Also, the reason I don't want to just call it button is I don't want it to be confused with a regular button. Alright, so now what we can do is we should be able to do public override void collision. What's the method? It is It is, please tell me, I would love if you would tell me. Ray pickable is Godot Ray pickable. Ray pickable example. Oh yeah, I can add events here. Which means this needs to be a... I should actually be able to do it from here. So if I do this, save, I go here. Area 3D, area entered, area exited. Really? Okay. Godot. object with a mouse. I think it's just an input event, so yeah. Oh wait, first of all, drag P button over here. Now, first of all, let me go ahead and save and build this, and then build this. Just so it has the most up-to-date information. Alrighty. So now we'll go here, input event. Did that add it? No. C# callback code won't be generated. Of course not. Okay. Um, um, is it literally just, nope, it goes on. Why won't you let me see the rest of the message? Please let me see the rest of the message. Should be able to add it like this, actually. That's how you get it. There we go. Alright, let's try it. So it got one input. Did not get an input here. Got two inputs this time. Okay. Alright, let's do this. So now it should be able to detect when I actually have a mouse button click. Doesn't detect it, I click it. Input detected. Doesn't detect when I click off of it. It's getting two inputs because it's detecting the up and down. So I want to say and it's being pressed and event mouse button dot button index equal 0. Alrighty then. No, nothing if I click elsewhere. If I click on it once though, nothing. Okay, interesting. Nothing at all. Okay. That is interesting. So left is 1. I wonder what 0 is. So it's getting it on the down, it's not getting it on the up. Yep. We got ourselves a button. Yippee! Probably don't need the GD prints. For main, we'll go ahead and say public static main equals. Alright, then we can say on ready equals this. Alright, see ya, Finn. Have a good rest of your day. So now, when I press the button, game state, we have normal, we have buying, we have cutscene, we have final. So yeah, normal is gonna be your normal gameplay state. You're able to click on things whenever you want. Buying is when you buy a button. You shouldn't be able to click other buttons while you're buying a button. Um, because it's gonna be basically asking you, hey, where do you want this? Then you have cutscene. This is gonna be like the final cutscene, maybe when you're fading in. And then you're gonna have final. This is gonna be where the doors opened up. That way you can't like click on buttons that are currently on the thing. So yeah, that should be good. Also, when you're in final, you should not be able to enter a buying state. You should not be able to buy anything. Now, with 56 different possible buttons, I guess one question is, should I be setting the prices manually? I probably should do them based off of an equation, but I should probably have a separate equation for each one. Should I have an option to remove buttons as well? I don't know. I don't know if I want you to be able to remove buttons. I don't think the game's going to be hard enough for that. Why remove it? You know that it's going to cause an error if you remove my other curly brace. Why remove it? God damn. All right, case. We're going to say button type dot. I don't need a switch statement for this actually. Let's just see. Cool. Okay. We have a working button. So a button should be about the size of a cube, I think. Or it should fit inside of a cube. do something like that. Then we're gonna go extrude this up. Something like this. Maybe 0.4, 0.4, 3. No! 0.3? Even that's too much. Maybe 0.15? No, 0.2. Yeah, I can work with that. Point 0.25. There we go. Now let's triangulate. Maybe 0.6. Yeah, that looks pretty good. Nope, I'm not gonna be able to do any sort of spin like this, which is fine. Alright, split those. Now I can go ahead and actually move it down. If I just boop, psh, I can just make a little thing that says boop, psh, and pushes it down. If anything, this needs to be a separate damn it. Shut up, Google. Okay, so there's the actuator, plunger, spring, housing. Okay. So this is button, housing. This is the button. Actuator. Wait, what? Oh, I said extrude by 0.8. I didn't set it to 0.8. Yeah, I need to set all of these. I'll set the height to maybe 0.75. That seems good. Nice round number. Alrighty then. These actually need to be probably brought in. Yeah, probably 0.7. And the reason is because I need to do this sort of lip. Some sort of shape like this. Just so I'm more mathematically accurate. Put the cursor there. I could do something like this. Only problem is now, how do I replicate that over there? I could do it mathematically like this. Okay, I can't use Shift 0. I can't use Shift O. So I have to physically click it. I think it's probably a numpad thing. Spin. Maybe negative 250? Nah, that's too much. Negative 240 maybe? That looks pretty good. Alright. That should give us a pretty good button face. should be good. Pretty good looking button. It's a little much for a button, honestly. But I think it's, like, considering that this is the main point of the game, this has got to be satisfying. It's got to be satisfying to... Well, at the same time, not being so drawn out that it's bad. Obviously, we could shade smooth it if we want. I don't think I want to. I think I like the low poly look of it being shade flat. Plus, it might give us some shading opportunities in the future. I probably will need to set this through code. We probably should make two materials though. So we'll have material 1 be button, base. And then we'll have this button, button housing. There we go. And just so it's obvious what it's what, I'll use RGB for this. And I'll just make it very obvious that one is one is the other. I'm going to replace these with Godot materials in Godot. So let's get a new resource, material, I probably don't need a standard material 3D. That's probably good enough. Button. Button material we could do. The problem with materials is pretty simple. Materials are procedural based off of their information. The problem with materials is it's hard to get information into them. Because It's a resource. Without me going in and saying, I want this material for this button, I want this material for this button, I want button A to have this material, button B to have this. Well, I mean, I should be able to do that, actually. I should be able to do that. I could probably do that with lighting. Oh, wait. God damn it, I made this. How do I show the timer? Yeah, I didn't really think about that. Because, like, how do I show a timer on a button like this? Like, obviously I could put, like, a little bar underneath. Like, I need to draw this out. Like, if I have a button, right? I got the button here. The problem is that this is a physical button. A somewhat, well, it is a physical pushable button, which is a problem because it doesn't have a timer on it. How do you have the countdown? I think one option is I change it to be like a digital button. So you have, you know, basically this kind of shape. You have like a P switch where you have this sticking out, and inside of this you have a sort of mechanism inside that has a, you know, a hand that'll go, it starts, you know, right here, and then they just go, please grab the right handle. Please grab the right handle. I'm gonna lose my mind. But yeah, are you gonna behave? Are you gonna behave, Paint? Or are you gonna be a piece of garbage? But yeah, so basically, okay, goodbye. Now give me a new line. So yeah, you have the handle, you have the timer, and it just goes tick 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 off. Only problem with that is I think that would be really hard to see in a lot of cases. Like, unless you had like a really dark button and a really light handle, I think that would be really hard to see. And if you have buttons that have lights like this, I don't know. I don't know. Should there be ticking? Like I've seen Astral Spiff before. People like ticking sometimes. Like the ticking sound. Tick 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 tick. I don't know. I think I like the idea where you just have this ticking sound. It's just going crazy. It's just because then the more and more buttons you get, the more and more ticking there is, and it's like a sign of progress. I actually like the idea. I gotta have ticking. I mean, I guess the top of it could just be a screen. Yeah, that could work. So the top of it is a screen. So we can do something like this. Then we're going to split this. Huh? I said Control P. Oh, it's just regular P. Really? Yeah, I guess so. So yeah, you have the screen here. So I want it to go tick 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 tick. I mean, I could have it just pop up with a number, which would probably be the easiest thing. Um, right now, if I look at the UVs, what does this look like? Yeah. So since I'm mirroring this, it's gonna have these really messed up UVs. So at least for this one, I need to get rid of this. The other ones can have procedural materials, and those should be fine. But the button, this watch face, will need actually good UVs. I guess I actually don't need to do that. And the reason is I probably should just have like a clock hand underneath it. Alright. Honestly, yeah, I can just use a plane for this. It's probably easier to just do it this way. Alright. And we'll give this a color. Hey, welcome to the stream, Game Dev Gambit. Glad you can make it. Thanks for joining us. I am using Godot. I am making the Button Pusher, a game where you push buttons. And I'm making it so the buttons constantly tick down. So your goal is to basically push button. So it's an incremental game. So basically you find a button, you buy a button, and every once in a while it'll light up and you have to press it before it hits 0. But the closer to 0 you press it, the more points you get. So it's optimal to wait for the countdown to get almost to 0 before trying to push it. Hence the theme. And yeah, your goal is to buy the final button, which will open the whole compartment. And then there's a giant red button, which causes the entire thing to explode because it's a giant red button. You expect me to make a game about pressing buttons and not include a giant red button that causes an explosion? You're out of your mind. But yeah, right now I'm just doing some basic stuff, making a button, you know. You're still thinking of the game? Yeah, it took me a while to think of this one. Like I came up with a few other ideas, but I felt like they didn't click like this one did. Um, why is it not showing me the button? Where's the hand? Where's my drink? How am I supposed to eat this without a drink? The import? Did I not save? Is that why? Oh, that seems like it might be it. Yep, there it is. That's a button housing material. Why am I stupid? Let's grab the button blend file. Let's go ahead and actually make all the materials. So let's go ahead and duplicate this. So this will be a button actuator material, I guess. Um, Screen material. Actually, we probably just call it screen material. I don't. I'm gonna need a different. I'm gonna need a different material for each of the actuators. I think that's what they're called. Yeah. So that means I need a screen material and but those aren't going to be assigned at resource. Those are going to be assigned at runtime. And then I need a clock hand material. Duplicate. And I'm going to call this button clock hand material. Well, no, that should be fine. I thought there might be an error, but no. Because if I take the transform and I rotate it, it's going to rotate around the center. Yep. That is perfectly fine. The button housing, this should be somewhere in the gray. Alright, and now let's go to button.blend. Where's all the materials? Oh, here we go. So this needs to be the screen material. The actuator will be done runtime. And the housing will be the housing material. Let's re-import. That's strange. Why does it not have the clock hand here? Here we go. All right, Nito. Let's call this button standard. Oh, wait. I think that's fine. I was originally going to say that. Originally I was thinking that it's going to be numbers, so it's going to be like 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. But I think it being a clock hand is actually better because it makes it harder to judge the time. Standard actuator material. Something simple like that. So we have standard. Then we have spam. Then we have risky. Then we have tricky. And then we have final. Well, the final button's not going to have countdown. I don't know. I'll leave this here for now. Add collision shape. I think the most efficient would probably either be a box or a sphere. I think a sphere is technically more efficient. Most efficient collision shape. Yeah, that's what I thought. Well, is that really true? Like, I get a sphere being the best for collision detection. Because, like, then you just are comparing two distances. But if you have a ray, eh, well, with a square, with a box, you have to calculate if it hits any of the 6 planes. With a sphere, if I were to calculate a ray, you could probably do the tangent. Right? Hmm. Something like that. Area 3D. We want to set the input ray pickable. We want to add the script. Why are materials here in the script when I look for our script? Why? Okay. Why is this off? What? 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 Why? How? Like, if it's on a, if it's on here, yeah, it should be small enough to fit. I don't know why it's not fitting. Oh wait, am I just being stupid? Yep, I am just being stupid. Wait, am I? No, I'm not. I got fooled by the fact that you can't see object. Also, what? Why can I see this normal here, but I can't see this normal? Inconsistency in the editor. I can see the non-normal side of the button of the device, but I can't see it of the button. What the heck? Is like this scale changed at all? No. Then why is one scale bigger than the other? Huh? Oh, maybe it said it has to be on an increment of 0.5. If so, that's pretty annoying, but okay. can't stand to look at this white material. It's blinding my eyes. Standard button. Oh, so for some reason, what? I don't even know what I did. But somehow that makes it so the normals can't be seen on this one either. The anti-normals. All right. Oh yeah, I was gonna make the label 3D. After first, I take the button pushing machine, the button pushing device. Honestly, I'm just gonna do it here. Hello? Oh, I need to go back to inspector. Shading. No, where's Albedo? There it is. Nice, cool blue. Let's see. Where's the square? I guess I have to do it like this. There we go. That's what I'm looking for. A little lower. A little lower. All right. There we go. Set this back to this. Honestly, I should probably do it to the right, not the left. So something like that. Okay. So I have P button. I probably should make a separate thing, a separate script for these types of buttons. I probably only need one. I don't need to make like one for every single type of button. But like I don't need one for spam buttons, etc. Spam buttons, tricky buttons, or anything like that. But I probably want one for these and one for shop buttons. Shop buttons don't need to be complicated because shop buttons, you push it, it goes down, it comes back up. It's bad. I might make a separate one and make that just an, well, not an interface, but an abstract class. But for now, I think I need a different one. Um, create new script. Um, really, it's not going to give me the option to use a P button? Um, what should I call it? If P button is pushable button, um, A button? Yeah, I like that because it's analog button. Also, it's literally A button. But no, it's because it's analog button. Sort of like how, like, everything's a pushable button, but this is an analog, like that sort of pushable, old-timey button. Yeah. Oh, it's private. Actually, I can call it protected. Oh, void. Wait, what? Give me the on input event. A button on input event hides inherited member if you a non-input event. Yes, it hides it. That's the point of an override. I'm trying to override the method. Thank you, C#. This is not an error. That is exactly correct. When I override a method, I want to override a method. Maybe I can just do it like this. Why hello there, AOSQSW. You're making your 2D, 3D game that's $0? I am also making mine $0. What do you mean, What do you mean? What do you... Oh. I don't need to type. Lol. Maybe I should think before I open my mouth. Oh, wait. Shoot. Um... I mean, at this point, why even have A button? Why not just use P button? If I have... I'm just gonna delete A button, honestly. Probably should have done that through. Doesn't look like I broke anything. That's good. I've had deleting things break lots of things before. But yeah, we're just gonna use P button for this, I guess. So we'll have a public. We have the actuator, we have the screen, and we have the clock hand. So I guess time added can be flat. Yeah, I don't think that time added should be, well, yeah, I guess I can put it all here. Yeah, your current. So I'll start off at free, and then maybe I just stay +2 every time. I don't know. For now, this will be fine. Alright, so those should all be all the variables that it needs to keep track of, for now at least. I probably want to change this to an equation later, and I just want to have all these be, instead of having these be the variables, I have them be, well, I mean, I guess I can still have them be the variables, but I'll need to have the number of upgrades as well. Yeah, for right now, we'll just have these. So points to add equals um, time remaining minus, wait, no. Um, data objects dot current timer. convert that to int. So yeah, points to add equals current time minus time remaining. Then it needs to go in and it needs to multiply this. Tricky is fine, risky is fine, spam is fine. Well, no, risky should have a multiplier. If button type equals dot risky. Well, first of all, if so if you have risky or I mean if you have risky or tricky, it should do it. It should triple your points, I think. Then we're going to say points to add times equal 3. Okay. If you have spam, I think it needs to be else if button type points to add times equal 0.5 f. Because it's a float, I will actually need to do this. Take you, put you in there. Int. I guess technically, nah, I can just do this. The thing is that points is an int, so dividing it by 2 here is going to just automatically do that. So yeah, points to add divided by and equal to 2. The reason I'm making spam less good is because spam button isn't going to go down when you press it. Like all these other buttons, you know, it ticks down from 10. If you stop it at 5, if you click it at 5, that's it. You get the points up to 5, and that's all. If you have... Should it be exponentially better? Ooh. I actually like that. Ooh. Hold on. Hold on a second. Hear me out. You know, I was just thinking, oh, you stop it at 10, or if it's 10 seconds and you stop it at 5, you get 5 points. You stop it at 0, you get 10 points. Or you stop it at 1, you get 10 points. Whatever. What if it's exponentially better? I think I have to make it exponentially better in order for it to make sense. Because otherwise, you know, why make it take longer? Why have it fill up more? Sure, you get a couple of extra points, but it's not that big of a deal. If you have it go from like, oh, I could have gotten 10, but I waited 1 more second and I got 20 or something. Now we're talking. Now we're talking. I think that the only one, well, spam clicking might need a different base point. I don't know. Ooh. I don't know. What is the best option here? So I think that what we do is we do something like a 1.5x curve. So I got Desmos here, right? So we could have 1.5x. So something like this could work. Now, obviously, this is backwards, kind of, where it's like, but like we would have to be constantly shifting the curve over. Well, no, this is right, So if you stop this with, no, it would be that way. So we have this, right? So let's say you start with 6 seconds. Wait, no. Shit. I do want it to actually cross. Well, we can look at it like this. So well, let's just make some variables. So x, so we'll say that x is when do you stop it, right? We'll say v is how much time you start with. So if you start with 3 seconds, I think you can do it like this. Oh, did it backwards. Whoopsie. So let's say, okay, so X is when do you stop it? How many seconds do you wait? If I wait 3 seconds, I'm already going to make 7 points off of that. If I wait 1 second, I'm going to make 1 point. I wait 2 seconds, I make 3 points, right? Whoops. So after 1 second, it's 1. 2 seconds, it's 2. After 3 seconds, it's 4. I think this is a little too much. Now, if you do it by 1.5, then it's not as good. Because then you wait to the last 2 seconds. You wait 2 seconds, or a little less than 2 seconds, and it's this. It's only 1.5, which is going to get rounded down to 1. I don't think that's necessarily fair. Oh, also welcome to the stream, Noob DP. What's the idea I'm trying to make for the jam? I am making a game where you push buttons. The game is basically you have this machine. It's an incremental game, and your goal is to basically add buttons to it, and the buttons will spontaneously pop up, and they'll be like, okay, you got 5 seconds to stop this, and your goal is to stop it as close to 0 as possible. And that gets harder and harder because there's going to be more and more buttons. This isn't like a survival game though. This is a incremental game, so you don't necessarily not nothing bad happens necessarily, but if you fail, then something bad can then technically there's a type of button that can lose you points. But yeah, my goal is the goal of the game is basically get enough money so you can afford a giant red button which will split open the console. It's a giant red button that comes out, you hit it, and bam, there you go. Very simple. My goal is really to make it polished. But yeah, the goal is just to make it like it starts off simple. It's like, oh, you got every 10 seconds the button will light up and say, okay, you can press it, and your goal is to press it once it gets close to 0. And then you add another button. It's like, okay, now I got to balance 2 things. It's not that big of a deal. You get up to 52 buttons though, or 56 buttons. Yeah, it starts to get a little overwhelming. I would suspect. That's what I'm hoping for. And it's just a mess of 1,000 buttons. You're just spam clicking around. Get me out! Get me out! All the timers going. I'm going to have the most incessant ticking that you could possibly imagine. Specifically because it will add to the stress until you're finally able to relieve that stress by buying the big red button, slam your fist on it, and there you go. That's the plan. This game is going to, like, what's the best way to put it? Honestly, yeah. It's kind of like Ultimate Custom Night in that sense of just stress to then you did it, you win. That's the goal of it, at least. Right now I'm trying to design the equation that I use for button costs. I think that 1.5 isn't steep enough. Now if you go up to like, you have 10 seconds, say, which I think should be basically the max of the button. Like then you're getting up to like, what, 37? Is that 39? No, 38 and a half. Thanks. Thank you, noob. I appreciate it. So if we have, I guess I can make this its own variable. So if I have my factor at 1, obviously nothing happens. But I mean, you start going up, it goes up fast. Like you set it to 3, you wait that 10 seconds, and that thing is, I mean, that thing goes up to 19,000, which feels a little extreme. And now one option, it gets higher as time goes on. Hear me out. So it starts off at like a 2 times speed, and then it jumps up to 3. So like, I don't know. I don't know the best way to do it. But I like this idea of it starts off. I think honestly I could probably go something like 2. I think something like 2 is fine. So when you're at 2, when you're at 1, it's 1. When you're at 2, it's 2. And then when you're at 3, it's 4. And then it just starts doubling from there. I mean, what that essentially means is it is time 4, right? I'm not being stupid. Yeah, if you get an extra 2 seconds, it basically becomes it's a times 4 multiplier. I mean, if the costs match it, I think that's fine. I like this idea of just exponential growth. I like that. Okay. Now, if that's the standard, then what I should probably do is, so if this is what you'd expect from the standard button, I mean, I think that, oh, I know what I'm going to do. So the standard button is the red one. The risky button and the tricky buttons get the purple line. So, you know, you have 10 seconds, or honestly, I think if I do that, I should only increment it by 1 second each time. Because, like, you get up to, why does this go all the way? This should go from, like, 0 to 10. But yeah, you have it start at, like, 3 seconds. You know, already like, you know, it goes, this is up to 9, this is up to 4 at 3 seconds. So it's still quite a bit better. But as soon as you go up to, like, you get 4 seconds, this thing is already worth 30 points, basically. Which I think is fine. I think it's fine if it's worth 30 points, because that also means that if you fail, if you fail a risky button, how much should it take? I think that it should take... Okay, I think that this is a little extreme. I do think this is a little extreme. I think that this should maybe be 2.5. That way it's still higher than this one, but it's not obscenely higher. Because now it only gives you 15. You know, it gives you 15, whereas this one gives you 8. So it's a little bit, it's basically double at 4. But then you get to 5, and it's still significantly higher. It's, what, 40 to 16, basically? Let's try 10. Obviously, it's going to be much, 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 much higher. Like, this is almost 4K. And this is over 500. I think this is fine. I think what I'll do is I could take, like, the halftime. So where is this at 5 seconds? At 5 seconds, this is only at... no. As you get higher and higher, the risky buttons should have more and more risk. And, like, at this point, like, if this is less than a standard button, what's even the risk? If I try 3... like, again, this is almost 20K. But it also means that you can get almost 20K. I don't know. Like, 20K is harsh. Okay. Here's what I'm thinking. If you successfully get it, it should give you the 20K. It should give you F1's thing. But if you fail it, then it should only take it should take F0 times maybe 3. So if you have 5, right? It's still bad to lose a risky. Well, if I go to 1, right? It's really bad to lose a risky. I'm losing multiple of either risky or the non-risky. If I lose a risky at 2, I can still do 2 riskies basically to get it back. But I mean, it's going to start at 3. At which point, like, yeah, if you fail riskies, you can get them back by just doing riskies somewhat consistently. Like, but if you do them at, like, here, it's still going to take you a bunch. But I think that's fine. The thing is, I just don't want it to be, like, absolutely devastating if you fail riskies. Like, if you're at 8, like, 3 good standards will get you back. But also, just getting 1 regular risky now outweighs the risk by so much. I mean, once you get to 10, like, it's only worth it to go for riskies. I don't know. I like this idea, though. Ooh. Hear me out. This. So if I have 3, it's bad to lose a risky. It goes up to 4. I can get it back. Failing a risky is worse than getting a risky. Well, I mean, like, obviously it's worse than getting it, but, like, it takes more than one successful risky to get back. But as soon as you get up to, like, 5, now getting one cancels it out. And you should really already have some extra time by the time you're getting riskies. But then you have this. Once you get up to 6, now the bet of a risky is paying off. Now it's significantly better. The cost of a risky is significantly less. So if you're just spam clicking everything, you should still be going up in points. Same thing when you get here. And as it gets higher, so too does the benefit of having riskies. So I like this idea. I like this idea of it basically getting more and more important. Okay. And now we have the function of so what I need is sum from n equals 0 to n equals x to f2 to the power of x minus 1. But whoops, this needs to be n. So spam clicking actually kind of falls off, which is kind of expected because I have it at 1.5. Maybe something like 1.75. Yeah, I mean, this does meet up, kind of. So let's see. See, it starts to fail. And even at the beginning, like it's half a point, 1 point, 2 points. Like at 3 seconds, it's better. You get like 2 extra points for spam clicking. And then you get 3 points at 4 seconds. Then 5 at 5 seconds. And it starts falling down. I don't know. I honestly don't hate it. Because like, if at 6 you spam click, you get more points. But I think after that, it falling off is good. Like, it gives you one less thing that you have to focus about, but something that you can always do. It's kind of like a stress ball on a desk, where it's always there. You can always just grab it, squeeze it. But it's not the most efficient thing to do. I don't know. I like this idea that it starts off and it has some benefits. It is better to do it, and it's better to do it than not do it than to do nothing. So I think it's fair. I think a curve like this is fine. So yeah, let me go ahead and convert these formulas over. Time spent. Wait. Anything to the power of 0 is 1. So yeah, I do want to say So I want to say something like if time spent. No, if you press it while it's 0, you get nothing. So what I should be able to do is something like float. Is it a coefficient? Coefficients for multiplication. So the base value is going to be 2. If you have risky or tricky, it's going to be base value equals 3. Otherwise, it's going to be base value equals yeah, I said 1.75. Then what I want to say is power there we go, float math. Something like that. So now So then in the process function, I can do time remaining minus equal delta convert that to a float. If time remaining is less than 0, then count. I probably should do it like this. If countdown, then countdown equals false. I'll add in risky logic. If make sure that's actually an equal. So after we set the countdown to false, then we're going to God damn it. Time remaining equals data objects dot if countdown thousand should be good. All right, let's see if this works. Oh. It would appear that I have been stupid. Yeah, actuator, I need to assign these. Actuator, screen, and the clock hand. Nothing happens. The cooldown should expire. I think I set it to like 20. It adds 1. That's strange that it added 1. Oh. Added 4. So public, node 3D. Actually, no, this needs to be like a text mesh 3D or something. What's it called? Label 3D. Okay. What? What do you mean control delete? What? Huh? I don't know. So the score text is going to equal objects.score to string. Let's see it. So it somewhat works, at least. I'm gonna set this to 5 for right now for testing. Did I do .lerp? No. I can use doubles. I can use floats as well, huh? Neat. Oh. Yeah, okay. I get it. Lerp angle goes around a radian point. Damn, that would have been useful when I made the cloud game that I made. But yeah, we'll do mathf.lerp. Well, what I can do is I can do vector free dot up times mathf dot lerp, and we want to lerp from 0 to tau. Mathf dot tau, and then the weight needs to be the I think it would be time spent. Oh wait. So I need to do this backwards actually. So it goes from tau to 0 because it's going to be going in reverse. So I'm double reversing it. Reverse, reverse. Crisscross. Everybody clap your hands, ass code. Let's see how this looks. Interesting. So divide that by data objects dot current timer. This should be fine because this is a float. If that adds 4, that's about what I would want. Now that added 1. Why did this add 1? This should have added 0, I think. If I'm in here, that adds 2. I think that's fine, honestly. But yeah, I like this idea of it just showing tick 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 tick. I think at the beginning it just starts off slow, but as you get more upgrades, I mean, I guess it will just become a cacophony over time. Nice. So yeah, we got a ticking button, or we got a button that can show time. I gotta fill in this. I have to. I gotta do it. It's bothering me. This isn't straight. How am I gonna make this bevel look good? maybe something like this. Now I'm not sure about this. Hmm. All right. Come on. All right, there we go. There we go. Something like that. So something like that, just so it has some indent, some flavor to it, you know. Just so I can connect this easier, I'm gonna hide those. So we need 12. -8, -6. I'm guessing -5. Yeah. -3. -2. 0. 1. 3. 4. 6. 7. 9. Should just be able to connect them like this. I know I could technically do this with like one big N gone, but I don't feel like doing that. Alrighty. We can then take this, combine it with this. Actually, I'm gonna do it like this. That way was kind of silly. Is that a triangle I see? It is. You're not supposed to be here, triangle. Only rectangles. There we go. There we go. Am I being stupid? How do you spell handle? That is how you spell handle. I'm only mostly stupid, not totally stupid. Hmm. So yeah, I don't know. So at this point, I'll call it empty slot. Area free D node had a collision shape. So yeah, something like that. What the hell? Where's the standard button? Here it is. That's at negative 14, negative 4.5. Yeah, negative 12, 1, negative 4.5. Doesn't seem like it like that. Ah, shit, how do I get out of this? This is dialogue, stocks, where's... Ah, script. Alright, get out of that. Is there a way that I can set its image? I think that's the issue. Yeah, okay. So still trying to like get the actuator and the screen, the clock hand from the button because I had those set previously. All right. Yep, there's 56 of them. Now I need to set each of their numbers. Index 1, index 2. Seven. All right, 15. That's right. Two, 3, 4. Seven, 28, 29, 30. One. I think that's halfway or a little over. All right, cool. Okay. Now that's interesting. Ah, it has countdown. These should not be counting down. I wonder if the hand of a clock should go ahead and change color over time. I think it might be good for the standard one. I don't know, like the problem is how much time can you have? Hmm. I guess first things first, I should go back here and say, um, give me just a second. Alright, I am back. So we're gonna have cooldown level. We're gonna have molt level. So I think maybe it should jump from free to 5 to 7 to maybe 8, 9, and 10. I think that's fair. So it starts at 3 seconds, then you get 5 seconds, then you get 7 seconds. We can change this over time, but I think that's a good starting point. So cooldowns I think should be like 20 seconds. Then maybe 18 seconds. Right now I have 6 upgrades for timer levels. Let's get it up to 10. So 11, 12, 13, 14. Maybe I make the first 5 super powerful and the last 5 less powerful. So we do 14 and then we do 15. Something like that. Oh wait, no, this should be 9. This should be 11. Maybe I started off at 1. I think I should start off at 1 actually. So I should go 1, 3, 5, 7. That way you start off and you just find out, oh, if I click the button, I get a point. I click the button again, I get another point. And I make the first shop item like 20, or not 20 points. That would take like a minute, or that would take a few minutes. That would be very boring. I am not starting it off at 20. I might start off at like 2. Then we have mult levels. If I have multiple levels, I think that this should just straight up double every time. So go like 1, 2, 4, 8, 16, 32, 64. And then 512. I don't think there's any reason this needs to decompose. Like, obviously, I could have it go from, like, 1 to 2 to 4 to 8 to 16, and then I start slowing it down. I could then go to, like, 30. I could go to, 24 or something. But I don't think it really needs that. I think it just doubling every time. Like, the thing is, with timer levels, 1 extra second isn't double your score. It's 2 to the power to whatever your score is. Actually, no, that is double your score. Whoops. Well, technically not, because you also have other types of buttons. And if you have a button that's, it can be 3 times your score. It can be a lot. It can be a ton. So I don't feel bad about just leaving this at double. Like, this is going to feel really big initially, and it is always going to be a big upgrade. So yeah, I don't know. So 0, and this should be like 0.1 or 0.01F. I think 1% chance. Then maybe a 2% chance. This one I think needs to go up higher. So you start off, you never crit, and then it starts going like, oh crap, I'm starting to crit a lot now. So I think we go 0, 1, 2, and then I think we jump up to 5. Now you're feeling it. 1 in 20, that is significantly better than 1 in 50. Then we jump up, I think, logical step, we double it again. We go up to 0.10, 0.10, 0.1. Do I double it again? I don't think I do. It's hard to say. I mean, I could go up by just 0.05 every time now. Well, where do I want you to be at the end? I think if everything is a crit, nothing is a crit. So how do you make crits good? Also, no, that would be way too broken. No, 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 no. I just thought of an idea. What I could do is I could make it so when you crit, what it does is instead of doing 2 to the power of whatever your thing is. No, that's still too broken. I think I have to do a flat multiplication, like a 3, 4x, whatever it was going to be. What I was going to do, what I just had the idea to do was be, you do, 2 to the power of, let's say, 10. And you take that result and you say 2 to the power of that result. I think you would hit Naninth way too quickly if you did that. Naninth wouldn't be a bug in my code. Naninth would be an inevitability. Nope. No. No. Nope. Not at all. Not doing that. That is a really, really bad idea. I mean, there's also the idea of taking it and then taking your result, and instead of doing 2 to the power of it, you do 2 plus x to the power of it. So it'd be like, I think you could get away with it for +1. I vibe with it. I kind of want to do that instead. So your score is calculated so it's plus crit chance. So if it's a crit button, it'll go ahead and it will actually it'll be what would that look like? So at most, so first of all, I guess first thing I should look at is I'm expecting there to be 10 levels. You can get timer levels up to 14. What would that look like in terms of score? Undefined? Wait, what? Wait, what? Why would that be undefined? That is strange. Oh, it's probably because of that, yeah. The problem is this. These need to be greater than or equal to signs. There we go. Really? G0? That's the classic. That's only 8,000. Really? Wow. I thought that'd be way higher at 14. Now you do the next one. That's 3. And you're up to 100 over a million. Yeah. Not surprised. So that's a million. Then you have the punishment for failure, which is only 1100,000. Then you have the spam clicking. That's 3,000. So that's even worse. Yeah, 8,000 points. And remember, this is base points. This isn't even factoring in your molt. So you can have this times 512. But here's the real question. What happens if I put it at 4? Really? This is only 6 million? I'm gonna be honest, I thought it'd be more. Like, don't get me wrong. 6 million versus what would it have been normally? 1 million? Oh wait, no, that's 67 million. Yeah, okay, that's a little bit more than I was thinking it was, yeah. I mean, it's still not crazy. The big button's gonna cost like 1 billion. I mean, I think it would be actually pretty reasonable to make it cost 1 billion. Because you take this, like you just have to get one of these. You get a critical on a button, on a risky button or a tricky button, and you get the max score. You have your 512 multiplier. Bam, you're there immediately. Because you'd be times 512, like, honestly, it ain't bad. It ain't bad. I thought this was gonna balloon out of control way quicker. So G5. This is gonna be my other idea. How much crazier does this get? So yeah, you have 2 to the power of, not x minus 1. To the power of whatever the answer was. Yeah. Yeah. I can't go with that one. And that's not even the good one. 'Cause if I did it on G1, that's gonna be so much higher. Yeah. I can handle 7, and it goes up to 14. No, 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 nope, nope, not doing that one. Nope. Increasing it by 1, I think, is fair. Then it goes from, oh, I can get 1 million to I can get 67 million in a single click. This? No, no, no. This is some tetration shit. I think it's tetration that I'm thinking of. Yeah, tetration is the mathematical operation of repeated explanation. Oh shit, I'm reading the AI overview shit. Sorry, guys. Not here for AI slop. But yeah, I mean, I mean, big number is big number. That's too big of a number. That is too big of a number. Like, just in the sense that, like, you get one of those, it defines the whole run. Which in some ways can be cool. It's like, whoa, I got that big number. On the other hand, now the game is over. What else is there to do? You have the biggest number. You didn't work for it. You didn't do shit for the big number. You gotta work for the big number in my house. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I think it's fine. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I don't know what to say, but yeah, we are not using G5. We're not using this expression. No. Like, this shit is vertical. Equations are not supposed to do that. So, yeah. Cool. Glad we settled that. Anyway, so crit levels. So, what is the likelihood of a crit? You got 0, 0.1, or 0.01, 0.02, 0.5, or 0.05, sorry. So 5% and then 1%, or 10%. God damn it. Can I speak? Can I stop being stupid? So that's the first 5 levels. Now, before on timer and cooldown, that's it. And to be honest, I think I should slow down. Like, this is hard to say because I don't think it's high enough yet. Like, I don't want to make critting free. I don't want it to be, you start the game, you get 1 crit upgrade, and then you have 10% crit chance. That's insane. But at the same time, like, I think if you just have just a flat line, you have a standard slope. I guess in the camera's flipped, so I should be like this. You have a standard slope. So you start here, and you climb up the slope, right? You're climbing up the slope. You start here with a 0 crit chance. You go up to 10. You go up to 20. Like, sure, you doubled your chance, but like, it feels so much more impactful when you like. I don't know what the best way to describe it is. Going from an 80% chance to a 90% chance feels like I get it 10% of the time to I get it 95% of the time. Like I this isn't how statistics works. I know. I know it's not how statistics work. By doing a higher and higher crit percent chance, if you do it on a standard flat slope and you climb that slope, you are not getting as much reward as because your first reward is you now have an infinitely higher going from 0 to literally anything. You have a infinitely higher chance of getting a crit now because you had 0% chance before. You go from a 10% chance to a 20% chance, you've doubled it. You go from an 80 to a 90, you haven't doubled it again. You've gone ahead and added 0.1%, or sorry, 0.1 or 10% to it, but it's not the same. But like, I'm not talking about statistics. I'm talking about my dumb human monkey brain. Like, I'm talking about when I play Mario plus Rabbids Kingdom Battle. When I have an 80% chance to hit an enemy who's behind cover, or I have an 80% chance to crit, it feels like I never crit. It's like every single time I just don't crit. But if I have a 90% chance, now it's guaranteed almost. It's a 99% chance. Like, it doesn't feel right. I know it's wrong. But sometimes you gotta throw logic out the window. You gotta think, how does it feel to play the game? Now, there is another tool in my toolbox. Lying. That's right, I can lie. Yes. Now, if you look at Space Joker in Balatro, Space Joker has a 1 in 4 chance to proc. It feels like he's a very sleepy, sleepy boy, a very sleepy, sleepy Joker. It feels like, oh yeah, 1 in 4 chance. Yeah, that means it's a 3 in 4 chance that he does nothing, and the other 1/4 of the time, yeah, no, he just didn't feel like it. He still does nothing. Space Joker feels terrible to play because he never works. I don't want crits in this game to feel like that. So how do you fix that? I could lie. I could. I could say, oh, your percent chance to crit is 2%, and actually make it 5%. I could say you have a 90% chance to crit, but you actually have 99. It's at I probably wouldn't do that extreme, but I could just ever so slightly tip the scales, if you will. Load the dice, give you a little bit of an advantage. That way it feels better. So I could say you gain, you know, I probably would do something like this. At 0.1%, I make it a 0.2%. At 0.2%, when I say you have a, well, not 0.2%, sorry, a 1% chance, you actually have a 2% chance. When you have a 2% chance or a 5% chance, I don't know. I like the idea. I think I should do crit chance. Honestly, I think it's fine if I do it on a slope like this because it's diminishing returns, right? You start off with a 10% chance, you do 20, you do 30, you do 40. It starts wearing off. 30 to 40 doesn't matter nearly as much as 10 to 20 does. I don't think I do it by 10% though. I think I do it by 5%. So you go from 0 to 10 to 15% to 20%. I don't know. Like, I feel like a 50% chance to crit. I don't know. Nah, I'm gonna front load it again. I'm gonna front load it. I am. I've completely flipped my stance after thinking about it. I want you to start getting crits early, and I want you to coast on those. Like, crits are going to, because they increase your level of explanation, I think they are very interesting and they will be very fun to use. So once you get here, it's like 0.45. Then it goes to be 0.5. Then it goes to be 0.55. Then it goes to be 0.6. Then it goes to be 0.65. No. So yeah. And I think I do basically the same thing for the regen chance. The instant regen. Ooh. No, 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 no. That would be way too broken. I mean, would it? No, 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 no. Well, would it be too broken? I mean, especially if you can chain them. I just thought, if the regen levels, maybe instead of immediately spawning another button, it just lets you continue using the button for the rest of the time, for another lap. So if you hit the button at the very end, it then continues on, and then you can get basically an entire second count. Like, it doesn't double your score, it doubles your time. I think that's too powerful. And also, I think it'd be too confusing. I'm not going to do that. I may change these values in the future, which is why I'm setting it up like this right now. think that's good. There we have store. Then we're gonna have um, I'm not sure if I want to put these in yet. Maybe I want to wait till I can actually flip them. I'm a little worried about that. I probably I should probably do it like this first, just so I have something to debug. Anyway, I think I'm gonna save it here. I'm gonna go eat some dinner. It's almost 8 o'clock. So yeah, thank you all so much for watching, and I'll see you guys later.